Honourable Members, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, we do not have quorum. I therefore suspend Parliament to the further reading of the bill. Honorable members, we have quorum. Member for Rabaul will lead us in an opening prayer.
Let us all come before God, bow down before Him in worship, because He is a great God. Let us pray. Father God, we come before you again this morning inside Locklin Pala name long Jesus Christ. Bila come lo you lo des la morning na talk thank you lo presence below you. You have stop one time pala all at a time. Although plan the time pala sa lose ting long des pala. Your other name is omnipresent. Your other name is omniscient. You know each and every one of us here. None of us can say that you do not know us. But you do, whether we like it or not. And so, Father, this morning as we come to you, we say thank you for knowing us and all the wrongs that we have done against you. You sabe. Na imeki mi pala istap long way lik lo you. Papa God on this morning pala asking you lo forgive me pala. Forgive all the wrongs that we have done against you. All the sinful words, sinful actions, and sinful thoughts that we have committed against you. But I believe also in Papa God by you forgiving me pala. Cleanse us with your precious blood, Jesus, and set us right with you this morning. Lord, this morning, Papa God, you sabe lo bonem something, bonem business by me pala discuss him. Me pala larim, or look at something, by me pala talk long and this morning inside lo clean pala an below you. Me pala believe lo Holy Spirit below you by leading me pala long deliberations below me pala long this morning. Bless him, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Opposition Leader, Deputy Opposition Leader. Na mi pala all all members of Parliament. Look out him good, mi pala lo leadership, lo mi pala long all people below you long this country. This pala better mi pala ask him, lo you Papa God inside lo clean pala name lo Jesus usati bin line mi pala lo pray na to kolosem. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honorable members, I acknowledge the presence in the speakers and public gallery of a delegation from the autonomous Bougainville government led by Honorable Ezekiel Massad, Vice President and Attorney General. Members and officers of the Angoram District Development Authority in the East Peak Province. Students and the Residential Director of the Student Service from the Pacific Adventist University in the Hiri Koyari District, and grade 10 students and their teachers from Veyafa Junior Day High School in Kairiku District in Central Province. On behalf of the National Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Speaker, any petitions, notices? Honourable members, question time. The opposition leader.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My question this morning goes to the Minister for Health. Question without notice to the Minister for Health. Deputy Speaker, over the weekend we saw yet again the international media absolutely excoriate the government and the health sector, confirming that there is a health crisis in the country, Mr. Speaker. Now, we've heard the good Minister for Health provide some vapid responses on what he is doing as the Minister for Health, responsible for all health matters. But, Deputy Speaker, I rise today on behalf of all the mothers that have had to go through labour and maternity services on the floor of hospitals, and this has already been brought to public attention. It was brought to public attention in 2025 and yet again in 2026. Now, my question, Mr. Speaker, 3.2 billion from a historic budget was allocated to health, 3.2 billion kina in 2026. And to date, we have heard the good minister just simply say that the money hasn't reached the hospitals. The money has been squandered by the bureaucrats. This health crisis that's currently affecting the nation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's not by mistake, it's not by fate, it's not by happenstance. It's either because of corruption or incompetence, or both. Now the good minister has to tell the country what steps he has taken to ensure that no more mothers give birth on the floors of these hospitals, and funding directly is provided to all health facilities throughout the country, because it's a complete indictment on the government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We don't want waffle. We want a clear answer and a solution by this minister on how he is going to absolutely address this health crisis. It's all over the news. It's all over the international media. So he has to tell the people of Papua New Guinea and this Honourable House what he's doing as the person responsible for health matters. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the opposition leader for this very important question. And to put on record, I'd like to thank the media, the international media who goes to our hospitals and present the current status of hospitals. I want to thank them for exposing the current status of health in the country so that we can improve what we need to do as a government. We will not blame anyone, but I want to say that we are addressing some of these issues. I'm in the health ministry for 20 months now, 20 months after being appointed by the Prime Minister. And the reason why we're seeing these kind of issues happening is because we have established clear roles and clear role delineation under the health standards to see that what must be our sick by several a level 6 hospital. You know got my level 5 level 5 in provincial hospitals, now level 1, 2, 3, 4 primary health level. So PMG is supposed to serve level 6. Now funding allocated level 6. And suppose PMG is supposed to make him work, do look side long cardiac or heart services, kidney services, or cancer services, and money, and plus all work. But at the moment, they're using this funding to look after everybody else, where some plant the old mamas have karim, and more normal deliveries, where suppose you mean straight more lower levels of health facilities, and mama will call it a slow lap. So I like to put on record that we like to come as long Australia government, all straight in Metro Clinic long, must be northeast, must be northwest. As I speak, for the first time, after many, many years, all mama now los NCD, only now lo current baby lo outside long PMCH for the first time. Now only all mama can go long Metro Clinic, or go make him also a stop. We are now developing improving the delivery or maternity section at Kiri Hospital. Now one kind of team working lo kila. I was improving long happy stop. That's what we're doing at the moment. Lo reviewing the pressure of PMCH. At the moment, you must straight him to Central Province. Let me straight him quickly. Maternity wouldn't open him long 3 months ago, 2 months ago. People are straight him now Agivaru, long Kariku district. We are now improving Kerema. All of these things. Suppose you know straight him by got impact long him, and affecting what is happening at PMCH. I mean, speak, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm experiencing planning time finish. And I want to say that we are doing all of these things at the lower level. Even also, we are not like we are not saying that we ignore the fact that this is happening. this happening that we are dealing with some of the things we're dealing with them. Deputy Speaker, I mean not to call some money go now waste now squandering or you got all corruption lo health sector. I didn't say that last time was money go na corruption is stop na money no use good. Me to call some suppose you got some evidence of corruption, you got system in place to deal with those corruption. We cannot ignore the corruption that's happening, but if there are some evidence of corruption, bring those reports to us, we deal with them accordingly. So, the 2 minutes ago, money no go all provincial hospitals or PHAs, our records funding is going. And there are some areas that funding is go, but even looking more service improved too. I've visited many of our districts, our PHAs, and I'm actually not really happy with the way that all you perform. Despite the fact that record funding will go along. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just some of these things I want to say again, put on record that we are congruent. We are fully aware of what's happening in our health system. I'm going to thank you again, long all media. Keep exposing us. In this crisis, whatever you call it, it's not crisis. We are building a resilient health system and we are doing these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Member for Karamui nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My question without notice goes to the good Minister for Higher Education. I understand he also assumes for the time being, the Ministry of Education portfolio, ministerial education portfolio. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this concerns the fate of 2,000 plus students all over the country who have graduated from teacher training institutions, including the premier university that teaches that provides teacher training for teachers to be taught in schools all over the country. That is the University of Goroka. Mr. Deputy Speaker, many of these students who have graduated in 2025 have still not taken up teaching positions in many of the schools in this country because the Education Department, through the Teaching Service Commission, is withholding what is called the Provisional Registration Certificate. I understand there's a notice issued by the Education Department that any students with GPA, grade point average below 2.8, will not be allowed to graduate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that consequently affected the fate of these 2,000 plus students or graduates who have successfully met the academic requirements, have completed all the academic courses and are allowed to graduate from UOG and other teacher training colleges all over the country, that the Education Department has issued a license to these colleges to train students to become teachers, both in primary schools and in high schools and secondary schools around the country. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my concern is that how is it that especially the University of Goroka, which is the premier training institution for training of teachers in this country, especially high schools and secondary schools, allowed in the first instance students below the minimum required GPA of 2.8 to enter the university in the first place. After they have fulfilled all the academic requirements and they have graduated, the Education Department is withholding the issuance of the provisional registration certificate. So they are not able to take up teaching positions in schools around the country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that means one thing. It reflects back on the school administration, more especially the management of the University of Goroka. How is it that they allow these students to be enrolled in the first place? if the minimum requirement for the GPA to enter university is 2.8 for grade 12 students. So my first question to the Minister for Education and also, for Higher Education and also the Minister for Education is that, can the good minister inform this House and of course the people of this country as to what his department is doing to address this issue, especially as to the fate of those students, those 2,000 plus students, most of whom are still out there with a university diploma or degree, but they are not able to teach because the education department is withholding their provisional registration certificate to qualify them to teach in schools around the country. That's question number one. Secondly, towards the end of last year, I think there was or in the middle of last year, there was a student unrest at the University of Goroka. And I think there is record on Hansard that the good minister informed this House that he will table a report as to an inquiry to be, as to the outcome of an investigation to be conducted and a report to be provided of what becomes of that incident. And I think the video, some videos floating on social media during that incident where an address was made by the incumbent Vice Chancellor.
Almost about 5 or 6 minutes asking that question. So can you make your statement short and get to the question so that the minister can respond?
Okay, I think I get it. I'll conclude very shortly. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, I was saying that there was an undertaking by the minister. It's on Hansard that a report regarding that incident will be provided because it reflects badly on the administration of the University of Goroka. So my question is, I am told that that particular person who was the incumbent vice chancellor at the time is still running the institution as the vice chancellor. So my question is, can the good minister inform this House and the people people of this country as to the outcome of any investigation into that student unrest in which the incumbent vice chancellor was implicated? And the second question on that issue is that if the inquiry report did come out, has there been any recommendation on the fate of the incumbent vice chancellor who has demonstrated very poor leadership in the manner in which he ran the administration of the university? Yeah. So I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, that these are my 2 questions pertaining to the second issue. Thank you.
Minister for Higher Education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In response to question number 2 first, Prime Minister has directed me to do the investigation, which we've done and completed. In terms of recommendations, we've implemented a few policies, and one of which is to replace the council, which we've done. The council will then decide the fate of the VC. So we are implementing it. Once we've completed all the recommendations, I will formally give a report to Parliament. But yes, we've not stopped or we've not done anything about it. We've done the report or the investigation, and the recommendations are implemented as we speak. In terms of the first questions, I will have to get a report, so I'll ask the member for Karamui to give me in writing the question, and I will respond to that to him directly and hopefully in the next sitting. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Honourable Member for Karawagi. Let's recognize the people of Chimbu.
Thank you,
Honourable
Deputy
Member for
Speaker.
Karawagi.
Looks all the people of Karawagi. My question without notice is directed to the Minister for Defence, or rather the Acting Minister. Mr. Speaker, while the country is aware of the recent National Defence Force recruitment saga, there's been an issue of, this become the issue of national interest. I thank the Prime Minister and the NEC for quick intervention into this issue. Mr. Speaker, it has led to recruitees or the applicants sent back from Goldie training depot. Mr. Speaker, to our observation, it's only less than 7% being the issue of the saga. The majority of them are genuine by merits, and they are eligible candidates passed all due process of recruitment criteria. They become the victims of this failed process and investigation after the massive expense. Most of these applicants are not from what must be, they flying from around the country, and it's massive cost involved. Now these people are become the victim, and they are now on the stage of what must be. Mr. Speaker, my question is, can these innocents be recalled back to continue their training after the investigation is completed? Or will there be any new process of recruitment to be set up? If this is the case, how soon it is? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, if you don't mind, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that a good member put his questions in writing and forward to me, and I'll respond in due course. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wawaria.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Lord Luksao, Lord people of Wawaria. Deputy Speaker, my question without notice is directed to my own Wan Bus and Minister for Mining, Honorable Solon Loifa, and Member for Minema. Deputy Speaker, before I ask the question, this is my first time to question him. But first I would like to congratulate him. Yeah, congratulate him for the mining portfolio, and also appreciate the Marape Rosovo government to continue the relationship of mining with Marape province. Firstly, the governor is Prinsipan APF got the governor and left the mining portfolio, and now that mining portfolio has also gone to member for Minema, which is also member in Marape. We have a Wafi Golpu project coming up, and that's a good decision by the Marape Rosso government. Thank you. Okay, next question. I have 3 questions without notice. Number 1 is, and I think the people of Marape, and especially the people of Wawaria, the people of Bololo, and the people of Minema are waiting eagerly to see when the Eden Valley CDA will be signed. We want a date. The minister must give the date today on this floor of Parliament. The date for signing the Eden Valley updated CDA, or what you used to call Memorandum of Understanding, MOU or A. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this layer I am now Now minister must give him this like date here. Number 2 question. And this question is a repeated question again. I think that question has been raised to the Minister for Commerce and our SME in last session regarding reserved activity list. In my question to the good Minister of Commerce, I ask in relation to alluvial and small-scale mining. It should be made reserved for Papua New Guineans. Now, and the minister responded and said that he wrote the letter to MRA and the mining minister at that time. Now I would like the mining minister now to give me an update to the small-scale miners and alluvial miners of Wau Bulolo and across the country on the status of reserve activity list for small-scale and alluvial miners in this country. That should be localized. That should be only for Papua New Guineans. There are some loopholes in the tenement agreements, and that needs to be addressed. And we want an update now. Number 3 question is also related to the minister himself. When a question asked about the levy, mining levy, and he mentioned that the mining levy is distributed to all the districts and provinces in the country, which is very good. But I think that levy for big projects can be distributed. But for small-scale mining and alluvial mining, it should be not distributed. It should be given back to those communities, to those districts and provinces who have been generating small-scale and alluvial mining. So my question to the good minister is, can he make a commitment? The MRA is starting a good job of creating cooperatives among the small-scale miners and alluvial miners. Can he make a commitment that the levy for small-scale mining and alluvial mining will go back to those cooperatives? Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Those are my 3 questions.
The Honourable Minister for Mining, your colleague member want to answer from now.
Not yet. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Wawaria for these 3 very important questions that he has raised. Firstly, regarding the CDA for Hidden Valley, the CDA was initiated by the parties on the 17th July 2025, and it is before the state solicitor at this stage. Number 1, lawyer block country must clear him before me blog him any signings or Mila talks about member or some I'm like him now yet, but I mean I've jump law process block government where you must seem clearance blow number 1 lawyer block country. So now good me abrusim advice blow number 1 lawyer block country na behind by mix him heavy, so me asking patience blow people of Wawaria, Bulolo, and also the very electorate where me represent him Menemnya law patience blow the time me mix him clearance blow number 1 lawyer but me bla talks or date law when time by me sign him CDA. I'm the number 1 question. Number 2 question regarding the AML law, Section 48 law, Mining Act 1992, and explicitly talking awesome AML or alluvial mining is reserved for the citizens. So I'm displaying law and be talking clear. And the part where tribute agreement come inside now, and be me looking more some ikatim all landowners or the alluvial mining license is only issued to the locals or the citizens. And that's the tribute agreement where the citizens go out, no pining all developer, no partner want them all, also the developing this law, AML. But under law Section 48 law Mining Act 1992, I'm explicitly talking awesome AML or alluvial mining is reserved for the nationals or for the citizens. Number 3 question, mining levy. Honorable member quote him last time he responded to this blouse in the talk law text time Governor Blaisipik raising question and me been talk law text or me no been talk law levy and me been talk law text where a general text where governments have a collective na have a sharing equally law ogata parts law country every citizen law country. So regarding the mining levy and MRAs have a collective the law help him law operations law look out him all this law mine or warden mine wardens or warden hearings have come out or come up law or mines or heavy blow mine come up or workman blame and work operation law respond hurry up not to be on the ground law assessing all this law issues. So levy nos have a goal or some text where last time we talked law operation law running office law MRA law making all this law work law mining. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alatau.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just following from the previous question with regards to the same industry, me like this time referring this question, Deputy Prime Minister as Minister responsible for immigrations. Mr. Speaker, 27th of April this year, 20 black gold bar of various sizes worth millions of kina was detected by the airport security. On the 8th of December last year as well, gold bars that were concealed was also detected at the airport security. 36 kilograms, Mr. Speaker, worth almost 20 million kina. I got all Narapla triple incidences as well. These are all related to illicit activities by foreigners, or I'll say non-citizens, all trying to smuggle gold out of this country. And it is a concern, Mr. Speaker, on these illegal and illicit activities. It's becoming rampant in this country, and not only gold, we see illegal logging, illegal fishing as well happening throughout the countries and towards our border areas. And so, Mr. Speaker, my 5 short questions are, number 1, can the Minister confirm that he will strongly encourage his colleague Minister of Civil Aviation to strengthen airport security throughout the country and especially at the international terminal? Secondly, can the Minister confirm if the Joint Action Task Force is still active? And I know he did a good job in Leh, where some foreign officials were arrested for illegal mining, especially in the alluvial sector, and deported. Can you confirm if this task force is still active and has sufficient funding to continue the good work that they are doing and to clamp down on all these illegal activities that is happening in the country? The third question, Deputy Speaker, can the Minister assure this House and the people of Papua New Guinea that non-citizens who come into this country for work that they're supposed to do, who somehow grow wings and do illegal, illicit activities from the original work permits and papers of being in the country? Can you seriously look into this, severely penalize these people, blacklist them, and deport them out of this country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are my short questions.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to Appreciate the good question from the member for Electoral. Very, very important questions relating to immigration, which comes under one of my portfolios. First of all, regarding airport security, the concern regarding airport security, Mr. Speaker, is that due to the result of increased airport security after the first incident, you have now seen by the results of the apprehension at the airports that security has been increased, the presence has been increased at the airport, resulting in a lot of this confiscation of illegal gold bars being exited from the country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have liaised with our counterparts, not only in immigration, but in my capacity as the Deputy Prime Minister. We have increased airport security, liaised with customs, liaised with civil aviation and their security, thus resulting in those apprehensions. Those apprehensions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are showing signs that there's a lot of alluvial gold bars. It is a serious concern that has been exiting through our country. And once we pick them up at the airport, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the gold bars and the conviction goes to customs for customs to compile their reports and in possession of customs to make charges, appropriate charges, and then to police for appropriate charges. Mr. Deputy Speaker, once those charges have been done and dealt with by our laws, our courts, then I have used my jurisdiction as the Immigration Minister to deport them and declare them person non grata. And I've done that, as you've realized, on numerous occasions, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Joint Action Task Force that we have created, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is still in operation, working on intelligence, and the results of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, since my term as the Immigration Minister, I have deported in 2023 21 people for illegal activities or person non grata. In 2024, 18 have been deported. In 2025, 333, 200 of them associated with illegal activities relating to crime, drugs, or associated mainly with the gold exploration, the gold engaged in illegal gold activities, especially in the Waubulolo areas and in some other areas. So it has been an ongoing work, and in 2026 we will continue that, and we are on the verge of deporting some more. In the Port Moresby area alone, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on one weekend I deported 101 people, 101 foreigners in one weekend alone. These things have not, we have kept them under wraps, but we are keeping our eyes on a lot of people doing illegal activities, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And though we do not publicize it, our intelligence has picked up a lot. And as I always say, foreigners are welcome to this country, but they should follow and abide by the rules of this nation. Absolutely. And Mr. Speaker, we have done that in our capacity in immigration, working closely with police, working closely with customs, and in one weekend, as I said, in Port Moresby alone, 101 were deported. In the Bulolo and Wau area, over 200, Mr. Speaker, were deported in 1 week. Deportation costs money. It costs a lot of money to deport people because, as I said, when we pick them up, I do not want them to remain engaged in illicit activities or run to our courts and abuse our court system. So they get straight on the plane and sent straight back to their country within the day we pick them up, Mr. Speaker. I hold a hardline approach to this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I would like to assure Parliament that I'll continue to hold a hardline approach whilst I'm sitting in the Immigration Office, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And also, Mr. Speaker, sorry, Sir Ano, Sir Puka. I would also like to assure this House that we have now organized a proper system inside immigration that now is starting to pick up a lot of these illegal activities, and we have put them on a blacklist that they are not allowed to re-enter this country again once we pick them up. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member for Goroka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question below me, without notice, me like asking good Minister of Public Servants. Also, me like him, Treasurer, take note long. Question below me.
Honourable Member, I interrupt you. Your question is directed to
the Minister for Public Servant.
Minister of Public Service. Go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, just recently, a couple of months ago, I was privileged to stop long retirement. Long policeman in Chalo, Goroka, Eastern Islands. Served the police force for more than 40 years, almost 50 years. I'm serving my police force. Now me stop long retirement party blame. And Mr. Speaker, it was an honor to be there. But the sad thing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was me stop long up. Now me look him. This la finish pay belong. This hard working public servants in Chalo country. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, why me talk also this la policeman, and not only that policeman, but I'm sure it also applies to all the hard-working public servants in Chalo country. For close to 50 years, I'm paying taxes from the government. I'm paying retirement belong him. This la last money belong him, and me blood tax him. This la money belong him again. Now poor hard-working guy, and working big law government come. Finish pay blame him, big money. It wasn't even more than 30,000. It was less than 30,000, which all police department they pay him. Antalo disla mi blakatim takis blame again na. Lo disla retirement money blame na chim lik money na go lo plus. Now same apply logo the public servants blame media. Plenty people serving more than 30 years, 50 years. All paid full or paying tax belong all come. And then on top of that, the retirement money belong, the finish pay belong all too. Now you may tax him again. So one plus said something where me look him long all retirees, lo you me salem go. One time too, now this la retirement benefit fund belong all too, and you me applying tax on top belong all again. So we are taxing our all retired public servants, plenty time through na trango. On got enough money local place. Now sit down, now working good blouse lol. Working life lol after the hard work all working na serving this la people block country in the government of the day. Question below me without notice I'm golo public servant na treasurer. Is there any way you can look tax long all or finish pay you may either you may rouse him this la tax or you may cut him come down lo 10%. Lo retirement fund blow too. It would be prudent on us, government, lo you may not can charge him tax law, retirement money belong all this public servants. Because retirement money belong all finish. It doesn't warrant us to tax him this retirement money belong all. So question below me, I'm going to public servants minister and that good hard-working treasurer, take note. And if we can raise that issue up long relevant authorities, look long all this big play issue. Facing more public servants, retirees, in the country. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Public Service, Minister for Treasurer will take note.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I thank the good member for Goroka for this very important question and also a timely question because it is one of the discussions that we are now holding with the Treasury himself taking the lead and also the entire taxation office and also, when the public servants are finished from the service, they get two payments, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First payment and finished pay belong all. So I mean also I'm calculating, I can all talk belong. Talk explain about it in English. It's called meal off. Or this calculations come up like finish pay. Now I'm supposed, for example, Mr. Deputy Speaker, suppose you kiss him or leave below you from the public servant, kiss him or leave blame. every 2 years. Na same time, I sim fellow live blame after 15 years of service. This la calculation by Goran because so was sim mental blame live. So I'm finished paid number one. So this la text tu ikat it is la tu ikat text belong. Na apply sa go straight lo POSF or number one super. This la number one super entaran blog the public 7 na government tu sa give contribution long support him over the public 7 time only finish. So this la tupla pay. First time finish pay where calculation I'm on the spot. Cannot say you don't have most stable pay. So you are now paid off. But the other one is the number one super payment. It is paid to the beneficiary. For example, suppose public 7 and lose him life. Now I go and by all beneficiary where it's like public 7, he list him all. Now I'm by give how much percentage like one beneficiary blame. Mary or suppose Mary and public service, let me die, and by man or man one time begin. So he got percentage blame by me calculate him. But at the end of the day also too, he got all tax blame. So POSF is governed by the POSF Act where me got law blame that. But me thank you Lord la question lo member blogoroka na me assurim na assurim of the public servants also deputy speaker me work close to one government and in the direction of the prime minister also me by look long one I think by high level discussion where me as a minister of the public service not working but and by direction government look big step long because it will have an impact also on the revenue long country but discussions are now underway and we will hopefully in its right timing which is going to be shorter Mr. Deputy Speaker that Prime Minister will give some good announcement if the Treasury Department and the Treasury working with the work panimor na look say I'm right and one initiative where wrong too because Deputy Speaker as you know the Prime Minister and this government has already sanctioned a lot of taxes and one of the idea belong you should give him support all citizens blow me now one blow Islam public servants now look lamb long by me Rausim or reduce him based on the best possible advice from Treasury. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abao.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you for recognizing Abao all the time on this side of the House. And on behalf of them, because the issue of illicit drugs also is including my Abao young people. And so I wish to raise this issue of illicit drugs to the minister responsible. I understand the Controlled Substance Act, which we passed in 2021, was because we have transited from just cannabis to these many other drugs. And so my question is directed to the good Minister for Police. I understand the CSA Act is under his administration. We have heard of various publications on the seriousness of the hard drugs, methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, apart from the famous cannabis issue that our country has been handling under the Controllable Substance Act. I am greatly concerned, Deputy Speaker, that there is an increasing rise of the use of these hard drugs, particularly methamphetamine, cocaine, and heroin. And I think we are now being claimed from passing from being a major transit to now warehousing some of these serious illicit drugs in our country, involving transnational cartels, local facilitators, and as you recall in 2025 June, 2 police officers were also charged, both for possessing and also using methamphetamine. And we have sea boundaries that the good Deputy Prime Minister in the question by the Honourable Member for Electoral trying to secure our airport in order to manage these illicit activities, including gold and illicit drugs. I got three questions to ask the good Police Minister. Number one, with the Deputy Commissioner of Police announcing that there is 3 tons of illicit drug stockpile in the country waiting to be shipped, and we know that according to records, we have been used as a transit point for Australia and New Zealand destinations. Can the Minister advise the House, if this is true, that these 3-ton stockpile, where are they? Where are they? And if he can advise us, what are the operational programs that the department has in order to address this? Can he also advise the House on how many cartels and local facilitators have been charged and jailed to date? Number 2 question is the issue of airport and airspace security, and the good Deputy Prime Minister has touched some of those. But with regards to the airport security, can the Minister advise the House and the country what type of airport security arrangements have been put in many of these airports that we know are the transit areas? For example, has the Minister and his team considered the use of automatic dependent surveillance broadcast systems, because the transponders are put off and these black flights cannot be detected? And I'm advised that ADSB are the ones that are recommended to control these black flights. Under the CSA, the Controlled Substance Act, can the Minister advise the House how many convictions have been made, how many assets have been seized under the current CSA? I also understand that the Parliament passed the Act in 2021, but it only became enforceable in 2023, 2 years later. Is the National Drug Enforcement Agency and the Narcotic Unit working? How much has been funded for the last 5 years? I understand that this important unit has not been funded well, and therefore many of the activities in trying to trace these people have been stalled. Can the Minister also advise if the use of the recommended United Nations Office on Drug and Crime test kits have been introduced in these important sites so that we can detect these drugs very, very quickly? And what percentage of drug cases are swept under the carpet before they come to the court, as claimed by the police? And my last question, Deputy Speaker, is can the Minister advise the House with relation to cannabis, marijuana? Is the Minister going to reconsider our national approach to marijuana? And could he be able to advise whether one option would be medicinal cannabis option? The medical component of marijuana could be considered, and whether the ministers could consider a law that could come to Parliament so that we relook at the approach that we are chasing them forever, spending a lot of money, but we could follow countries like Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, that they have now looked at the medicinal option of cannabis. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Well, Minister for Police.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the good member for Rabaul for his very important series of questions. In as much as it concerns him, it concerns myself as the Minister for Police, and it should concern all of us when it comes to the issue of narcotics and drugs in the country, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to say that those questions deserves detailed answers. But I want to inform the Parliament that Papua New Guinea is not immune to transnational crimes, or be that of the Pacific or the region that we are a part of. Mr. Speaker, transnational organized crimes or organized criminals continue to seek to exploit our country. And Mr. Speaker, we ought to stand our guard. We ought to stand our guard. Mr. Speaker, ino olsem drug ino hitim country blo yumi yet. These organized criminals have already penetrated through maybe insider threats and the gaps that we have created ourselves. They have used our country as a transit point, and the concerning part is the fact that these drugs have found a marketing place in our country. And that is that should concern every one of us, and therefore the importance of these questions that deserve detailed answers. Standing our guard, Mr. Speaker, all border agencies of the state, together with the police, its transnational crime unit, police intelligence unit, and that of our National Intelligence Organization. When I say our border agencies, immigrations, the Deputy Prime Minister articulated his answers so very, very well. Immigrations, our airports and seaports, transport. We all ought to work together. The task force that is there already needs to be further strengthened, well capacitated, trained. We need to get assistance from the US, from Australians. We're already working together with them. I have just returned attending an inaugural transnational crime summit of all the police ministers of the Pacific region, and I'm glad to inform the House that our Pacific police chiefs or commissioners of police have now, in a very special way, are coming together to be able to sharing information and intelligence, and as a region to protecting the borders of our region. But Mr. Speaker, if nationally we are not strong enough, if we don't stand our guard, we become the weakest link into our Pacific region insofar as narcotics and drugs are concerned, from the Americas seeking markets in Asia or Australia, or from Asia seeking markets in Australia. Or look at these people who have no respect for our sovereignty in our country, and the numbers that have been deported already, as informed by the Deputy Prime Minister. As I am speaking today, some of our nightclubs in the cities of Port Moresby, Lae and right throughout the country, be it Chinese nightclubs, foreign nightclubs, national nightclubs, this is where the trades of illegal drugs are going on, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with these questions. We need to step up our guard by ensuring that we commit ourselves to covert operations. Our police force will have to have its capacity. We will have to strengthen our drug policing in the constabulary in ensuring that we uncover all these illegal things that are going on that is offending the vulnerable in our society, and especially our youths for that matter. Mr. Speaker, the insider threats have to be exposed, and only when we have effective, efficient, stronger, a task force that is connecting and sharing intelligence, maybe the top 5% of the syndicates that create the gaps for drugs to filter into our country can be exposed. And Mr. Speaker, and the application and enforcement of the law, the toughest of it may be in order to deterring such crimes from continuing in our country. But I thank the good member for about very good questions. I will answer those questions in detail in due course. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, our question time has lapsed. Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I ask Leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Make your motion.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the order of the day number 96, Government Business, being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Order of the day number 96, Organic Law on National and Local Level Government Elections, Amendment Law 2024, Minister for Justice and Attorney General, third reading, second record opportunity for debate and second vote.
Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 22F, I move that the proposed law be now read a third time and commence the second required opportunity for debate.
Honourable Minister, make your speech.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is the third, our final reading that it has come to Parliament two different times, and this is the third and final reading. For the benefit of the members of Parliament, I remind you all is that this is the Electoral Commission age limit to increase from 55 to 78 retired, and then it could go up to 70, 75. This is, please take note that this is not intended to for, again, the former Electoral Commissioner Simon Sinai. This is a principle, this is in that Parliament has to make. The current law is now, stands 55, and that is, 55 is too young, and the experience will be lost if we continue to stand, or allow this to stand, retire on 55, age 55. Therefore, this bill is necessary in line with the other constitutional office holders like judges, public service commissioners, and ombudsman commissioner, and any other constitutional office holders. So please, I appeal to you to give consideration to a vote in favor of the country, not for certain individuals. Thank you very much.
Member for Abao.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I did vote for the other amendments in favor of the other constitutional office holders. But for me and the people of Abao, for this particular amendment, with the increasing the age of the current Electoral Commission position to 72, I strongly recommend that this be delayed until the appointment is confirmed of the Electoral Commissioner. While the Minister is guaranteeing the House that this is not to allow the former to be also shortlisted and participate. But we don't think that those who failed managing the last election should be brought back again. And so I strongly recommend to the House that this really shouldn't be entertained until the appointment of the Electoral Commissioner, which is now in process, is concluded. But if they pass the law and they appoint the former Electoral Commissioner, then that confirms my worry. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sinasina
I too want to lend support to the position taken by Sepuka on the timing of this particular amendment to the organic law. We want to accept what the Attorney General is saying. However, with the process now still ongoing, we cannot take a risk. We cannot take a risk in trusting the government to do what they say they will do. We'd rather wait until this process of appointment is completed, this bill can be brought back, and we can vote on it. And in all probability, we might support it. However, at the moment, it smells. It smells really bad. So we are hesitant about supporting it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to recommend strongly to the Attorney General that he withdraw it, because he should remember that in every other bill he brings to this floor, I've always supported him. On this one, I do want to support him, but the timing is such that I cannot. So in all sincerity and in good faith, Mr. Deputy Speaker, outgoing and incoming Mr. Speaker, we should defer this particular bill for a while, a short while. Let the process of the appointment complete, and then we bring this bill forward and we vote on it. And it will get the proper attention that it deserves. But the timing now is not right. Thank you.
Honourable Governor for Civic. Sorry. When Professor, you have.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me like working legally contribution to solo emulsion. According to our health statistics, the life expectancy of most Papua New Guineans is around 66 years. Now, you may increase him this blah, our age limits belong, sample belong this law officers, you go way beyond long. Average life expectancy below people believe me. So, me just wonder long logic behind law, this law decision you may take him, and it goes in line with my the two previous speakers of the opposition. Me feel suspicious legally also. We may be doing this for the benefit of specific people. And that would not be on, Mr. Speaker. We should be passing laws that are applicable to all citizens and not just to be giving special treatment to a particular group of people, Mr. Speaker. So suppose people like increasing all age limits, this la work. I think more better you may be him data available. Now you play increase him, you go 65 or something that's a little bit reasonable, so people don't die in the office. while we are doing these things, Mr. Speaker. So I'm legally steer me like give him lo government na me talk thank you lo you lo give him his legally time lo talk.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to firstly acknowledge your presence on the chair, and secondly, offer my support to the bill in its final stage of us to process it. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament must not be reduced to a mindset of preconception. The process is running. It baffles me that senior leaders of the House play second fiddle to their own mind on having preconceived views and notions on certain positions of life. Mr. Speaker, the process is running.
What is your point of order, Honourable Member for Abao?
Prime Minister, these are not preconceived ideas. These are realities. I mean, we have the right to debate. You cannot accuse us for preconceived ideas, belittling our positions. It's a wrong way of arguing this debate.
Correct. Thank you. Honourable Member Abao, I think point of order blew you out of order. Prime Minister, you make him talk for you.
Mr. Speaker, I'll keep it short. How in the whole world, unless they're angels and they're spiritual beings to ascertain that a former electoral commissioner's names on the shortlist are being processed, unless they're in the business of finding out through this sort of the system that is running. That's a preconceived views. This country must not be lectured by leaders who hold preconceived views in the bosom of the hearts. You have a number to defeat this process that is running. You cannot ask a government business to be withdrawn at a state, a very major state of the legal process for being terminated. And I want to give to this House, Mr. Speaker, my government has appointed more constitutional office holders away from Southern Islands and Hela Province. And if you want it from me, I give it to the word. If you feel that someone Sinai is not entitled, if his name is on the electoral commissioner, I will let the gentleman know. No, you like him, talk to me, talk to me. I've sacrificed more Southern Islands and Hellas in my course of work.
Honourable Prime Minister, you make a point of order. Honourable Opposition Leader, what's your point of
Mr.
order?
Speaker, to maintain the quorum of the House, if the good Prime Minister could withdraw the name of the gentleman. Thank you.
Okay. Honourable Prime Minister,
Mr. Speaker, you like him, let me give you name. You Mr. Belbini, you talk, eh? Mr. Belbini, you talk. I tell this House, if the gentleman's name is on the short list, I will tell him the opposition and the country is saying that Maski on the Parliament. I've given the name, you lose him. It only worked us all. I mean, only worked us all. But as a Papuan, he's entitled to apply. I don't know who's on the short list. The process is running. Why are we coming to this honourable House with preconceived view in the belly of our hearts? What does it have to do with the timing, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I want this House to have the comfort. If you're concerned about a gentleman that this opposition is saying, I give you my word. If I want to appoint him through the process, he would have been reappointed already. This Parliament must not be belittled by a regionalistic way of thinking or little way of thinking. We must rise above this sort of occasion, 50 years on.
Honourable Member Abao, what's your point of order?
Prime Minister could not reappoint him because he was over the age. Simple as that.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yeah, let's not debate into this one. The opposition leader is in the committee of appointment. Where the process is run through, he will hold my word in that committee. I ask this Parliament, it's not about one person. I turned 55 not too long ago. And I acknowledge my wife who loved me still. She's in the precinct of the public gallery today. I turned 55 and I don't feel redundant yet. The honourable member for ACPIC and Governor Bed maybe he's around the same age as I am, guys. We've been around the same year in Parliament. I don't think he's ready to retire from his role as Governor of ACPIC.
Minister Ninigi first contested in 1982 as Pangu candidate. He's now in office in his, I don't know how old is he, but he's a legend. Papua New Guinea life expectancy has grown to 69 years as I speak. Or 67, it's improved a fair bit, but and as time goes on, life expectancy will improve. You look at the stock of leaders to fill constitutional offices. This law is part of a series of laws we've been amending thus far. And just because we've been holding that sort of view, we've been holding this important appointment to ransom. The current acting commissioner, she's approaching a retirement age. If this law stands, I don't preempt that she will get the job. If her name is on the list, she needs to have the comfort that she stands a fair go. Brothers and sisters, you establish the house, knock and think, second thought all the time. Our appointment process here, James Marape is all Sinan Longan. Opposition leader is stopped. Chief Justice is stopped. Public Service Commissioner is stopped. Talk no good na, lick talk enough for some time. Playing politics next year na win him government, I can run him government. My brothers, you may subordinate the bill, let the process run, and my sisters, and may retire this government business and let's go to the next serious business. Our friends and leaders from Bougainville are sitting watching.
The question is that question we now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the second vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by a two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bells. Pause. Would those in favor of the bill please stand? The result of the votes: those in support of the bill, 74. Those against, 13. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the vote be rescinded and made the order of a subsequent seating.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister Kopasem. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Minister for Bougainville Affairs presents his ministerial statement.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. So, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make an important presentation in relation to the conclusion of the Bougainville referendum process. Before I do my presentation, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank the presence of the Vice President of the Autonomous Bougainville Government, Honorable Ezekiel Massat, and some ABG members who are here up at the gallery to witness this presentation. They are here while the Parliament of the Autonomous Bougainville Government is also in session as I speak. And I'd like to acknowledge that, and specifically I want to commend Honorable Massat's leadership in our discourse in progressing the Bougainville, ongoing Bougainville peace process. I'd like to commend his leadership because he has represented the ABG very well in this ongoing process, and I'd like to comment that. Mr. Speaker, I'll be doing two things today. First, I'll give an update report on the Bougainville process. Second, I'll be presenting, after my statement, I'll be presenting the draft sessional order for Parliament to adopt. Before I do that, I've noticed confusion in the public area regarding what we are doing now. Let me just clear that by saying that what is coming before the Parliament now is not the referendum result on Bougainville. I'd like to be very clear on that. And I'd like the House and everyone to take note of that. What is coming before this House today is not the Bougainville referendum result. And before I go to the detail of my report, I'd like to clear that by saying that in this Parliament's final decision-making process, there'll be 4 phases in this process. The first is the tabling of the Bipartisan Parliamentary Committee's report, which was done on the 2nd of June last week by the Chairman, Honorable Marape. The second phase is the presentation of the Sessional Order, which I'll be doing it today. The third phase, after the Sessional Order is adopted by the House, as the House deems fit, the third phase would be that the presentation of the consultation report and the Bougainville referendum result after the Sessional Order is adopted. And the final phase is that after the presentation of the consultation report and the referendum result and debates have ensued, final vote on the referendum result following the process in the Sessional Order will take place at the date when the Parliament chooses our Prime Minister has indicated that that decision and the government position is to happen on or by 30th of August. With that, Mr. Speaker, I now am going to give an update report on the consultation process and the referendum process in relation to the ongoing Bougainville peace process. Mr. Speaker, I rise before the House today to provide an important update on the Bougainville peace process and to outline the approach that will be taken to bring the results of the referendum on Bougainville's political future to the National Parliament for deliberation. Since the referendum was held in the latter part of 2019, the government has undertaken extensive work to progress the post-referendum consultation process. This statement sets out the background to that work, the consultations undertaken to date, the national government's position on the Melanesian Framework, and the responsibilities of this Parliament. It also outlines the role of Parliament under Section 342 of the National Constitution, the proposal to bring forward the results by way of a sessional order, and the next steps required to bring this matter to a responsible and lawful conclusion. Mr. Speaker, Bougainville's journey to this point has been long, painful, and deeply significant for our nation. The Bougainville conflict, which erupted in 1988, was grounded in long-standing grievances relating to identity, land, and the impacts of the Panguna mine. The conflict resulted in thousands of deaths, widespread displacement, and destruction of infrastructure and livelihoods. It remains one of the most traumatic chapters in our nation's short history. The Bougainville Peace Agreement, signed in 2001, brought an end to the decade-long conflict and established three pillars for peace. First, autonomy. Second, weapons disposal. Third, a guaranteed referendum on Bougainville's future political status. The Bougainville Peace Agreement was given constitutional force through the insertion of Part 14 into the National Constitution and the enactment of the Organic Law on Peace Building in Bougainville, Autonomous Bougainville Government and Bougainville Referendum, 2002. This created the Autonomous Bougainville Government, established the autonomy arrangements that are currently in place, and guaranteed that referendum would be held no earlier than 10 years and no later than 15 years after the first Autonomous Bougainville Government election. Mr. Speaker, the referendum was conducted in 2019, and 97.7% of Bougainvilleans voted
in favor of independence over the alternative option of greater autonomy. It is important to note that under the terms of the Bougainville Peace Agreement, and as reflected in Section 342 of the National Constitution, these results are not binding but must be tabled in the National Parliament for a final decision. It is non-binding in the sense that it is subject to the National Parliament's decision. This is a position that both governments respect. Since 2019, the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government have engaged in a series of structured consultations to determine how the referendum results should be brought before the National Parliament. These consultations have taken place through the joint supervisory body established by the Constitution, the joint post-referendum consultations, and more recently the joint moderated consultations. Each stage has sought to clarify constitutional issues, establish a roadmap for tabling the results, and build a shared understanding of the political pathway ahead. Mr. Speaker, the first major milestone was the Kokopo Joint Statement of May 2021, which directed technical teams to address the meaning of ratification, the constitutional process for tabling the results, and the development of a joint roadmap. This was followed by the WABEG roadmap in July 2021, which set an aspirational time frame for a political settlement between 2025 and 2027. The Port Moresby Joint Statement of December 2021 reaffirmed the need for a clear mechanism to bring the referendum results to the National Parliament, leading to the what we call Erakone Covenant in April of 2022. The Covenant committed both governments to tabling the results of the referendum in the 11th Parliament and allowed for the development of constitutional regulations pursuant to Section 349 of the Constitution to guide the process. Mr. Speaker, despite significant efforts, technical work on the constitutional regulations stalled, unfortunately, due to divergence or differing legal interpretations, particularly around the meaning of ratification and the voting majority required in Parliament. As a result, the Joint Supervisory Body agreed in July 2023 to use a sessional order rather than constitutional regulations to prescribe the process for tabling the referendum result. The content of this sessional order remains subject to continued discussion between the Speaker of our National Parliament and the Speaker of the Bougainville House of Representatives, as agreed under the Melanesian Agreement signed on the 26th of June 2025, and I will talk more about that process later in this statement. Mr. Speaker, to assist in resolving outstanding issues, both governments agreed to engage an independent moderator, leading to the joint moderated consultations held in 2025 in Port Moresby and Burnham in New Zealand, chaired by former New Zealand Governor-General Sir Jerry Mateparae. These consultations culminated in the Melanesian Agreement signed on 26 June 2025. The agreement commits both governments to jointly develop a Melanesian Framework, which is a structured political pathway that may form part of the joint consultation report to be presented to Parliament. It also reaffirms the constitutional role of Parliament under Section 342, the need for a bipartisan parliamentary committee to support awareness, and the importance of public messaging to ensure national understanding of the whole process. Mr. Speaker, the national government's position is grounded in constitutional law. The the Bougainville Peace Agreement and the need to preserve national unity while respecting the aspirations of our beloved Bougainville people. The government maintains that the National Parliament is the final decision-making authority on the referendum results. Section 342, subsection 2 of the Constitution requires that I, as Minister for Bougainville Affairs, table the results of the referendum, after which the National Parliament may make any decision it considers appropriate. On this point, I need to be clear. The national government has rejected the autonomous Bougainville government's interpretation of the term ratification in the Bougainville Peace Agreement and any suggestion that the National Parliament is required to merely endorse or accept the referendum results. The term ratification was deliberately omitted from Section 342 of the National Constitution to avoid confusion with the treaty ratification provisions of the Constitution and to ensure the National Parliament retains full discretion. The Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed that position, that the National Parliament is not a mere rubber stamp for executive decisions and must be free to debate and determine matters of national importance. The referendum results, while politically significant, are not binding and must be considered in accordance with our constitutional laws and subject to the National Parliament's decision-making authority. Mr. Speaker, Section 342 of the Constitution places the National Parliament at the center of the post-referendum process. As Minister, I must table the results and the outcome of our joint consultations, and the National Parliament must make a decision. However, the Constitution does not prescribe the procedure for tabling, debating, or voting on the referendum results. To address this procedural gap or vacuum, the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government have agreed that the National Parliament will adopt a Sessional Order. Mr. Speaker, the Sessional Order will establish the process for introducing the referendum results and the joint consultation report, the structure and timing of debate, and the applicable voting threshold. Mr. Speaker, agreement on the voting thresholds required for both adoption of the Sessional Order and consideration of the referendum results has been a long-standing point of contention between the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government. To resolve this, both governments have taken the speakers of the National Parliament and the Bougainville House of Representatives to finalize the Sessional Order. Mr. Speaker, the respective speakers have consulted on this matter. The Sessional Order was largely agreed with, the only difference being the required voting thresholds. Following the consultations, I wish to inform the Honourable House that the Leader of the National Parliament, the Speaker, has now finalized, in yourself, Mr. Speaker, has now finalized a Sessional Order to govern the parliamentary consideration of the Bougainville referendum results. Mr. Speaker, we have now embarked on the final steps of our journey in bringing the Bougainville referendum results to the National Parliament. This was initiated last week on the 2nd of June with the tabling of the report of the Bipartisan Parliamentary Committee on Bougainville by Chairman Honourable Marape. As you will have already noted, the committee is playing a critical role in preparing members of the House for this debate, ensuring so that we are fully informed of the legal, political, and historical context. Mr. Speaker, importantly, the tabling of the report prompted some members to share their initial views. This is an important part of the process, and more views will be required to be shared as we move forward as part of the ongoing discussion and debate. From here, there are a number of further steps that need to be taken. Mr. Speaker, step one is the adoption of the Sessional Order. If the motion is supported, the procedural framework for consideration of the referendum results will be established and will result in step two, when the referendum results will be tabled together with the joint consultation report and Melanesian Framework, and debates will commence. Step three, Mr. Speaker, once sufficient time has been given for debates, members will be required for the final vote on the referendum result as declared by the Prime Minister. This will be no later than 30th August 2026. Mr. Speaker, I must advise that following the completion of this statement, that I intend to initiate step one and move the motion to adopt the Sessional Order. Central to this process is the development of the Melanesian Framework. Mr. Speaker, this Melanesian Framework is being jointly developed by the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government and will form part of the joint consultation report. Its purpose is to provide the National Parliament with a clear and practical roadmap of what would follow any decision. Mr. Speaker, the national government's position is that should the National Parliament vote in the affirmative to accept the referendum results and support a pathway to independence for Bougainville, this should initiate a phased and carefully managed transition rather than an immediate declaration for independence. It would also require constitutional amendments. Such a transition would be anchored in the progressive transfer of powers under sections 289 and 290 of the National Constitution, ensuring that Bougainville is equipped with the institutional capacity, fiscal and economic strength, and governance systems necessary to sustain independence. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we acknowledge that the autonomous Bougainville government has proposed a more accelerated pathway. I know these discussions are ongoing, and they are being conducted in good faith with mutual respect and with a shared commitment to reaching an agreed outcome. Mr. Speaker, as part of the government's commitment to ensuring that this process proceeds in a lawful, orderly, and constitutionally sound manner, legal advice has been sought from a range of senior legal authorities and law firms, including the State Solicitor. Mr. Speaker, the advice consistently confirms that the National Parliament has an essential constitutional role in considering and determining the outcome of the Bougainville referendum. Importantly, the advice is clear that the referendum result is not self-executing and does not of itself automatically confer independence upon Bougainville. Mr. Speaker, the advice further confirms that the legal advice further confirms that should the National Parliament vote to accept the referendum result, Bougainville would not immediately become an independent state under international law. Rather, further constitutional and legal steps would be required, including amendments to Section 2 of the National Constitution to remove Bougainville from the defined area of Papua New Guinea, together with the implementation of further transitional arrangements between the two governments. Mr. Speaker, the legal advice also addresses the implications of a negative parliamentary vote. In the meantime, in the main, Mr. Speaker, the advice indicates that a decision by the National Parliament not to accept the referendum result would amount to rejection of the proposal for independence for Bougainville, and unless expressly qualified by the National Parliament, would conclude the constitutional process contemplated under Section 342 of the National Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in those circumstances, it is important to note that the proposed arrangements under the Melanesian Framework would not be triggered. Whilst the constitutional requirements of Section 342 of the National Constitution would have been satisfied, this would not mean that engagement between the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government comes to an end. Rather, Bougainville would continue to operate under the existing autonomy arrangements established under Part 14 of the National Constitution unless and until this National Parliament determines otherwise in accordance with Section 345 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the legal advice further confirms that a decision not to endorse the referendum result would maintain the current constitutional status quo. Any alternative political settlement, including enhanced autonomy, new government arrangements, or another form of political relationship would require further consultation, negotiation, and parliamentary approval. Mr. Speaker, regardless of the outcome of the National Parliament's deliberations, both governments would need to consider the future operation of the Bougainville Peace Agreement and Part 14 of the National Constitution to ensure that the legal and political arrangements continue to reflect the realities of the relationship between Papua New Guinea and Bougainville. Mr. Speaker, in summary, the immediate next steps are clear. I must move for the Sessional Order to be adopted. Once adopted, the national government and the autonomous Bougainville government must finalize the Melanesian Framework and complete the joint consultation report. Once these steps are complete, the referendum results together with the joint consultation report will be tabled in this House. And before the 30th of August 2026, the 11th Parliament members will then be called upon to make one of the most consequential decisions in our nation's history. Mr. Speaker, whatever decision is made, it must be grounded in law, informed by the Bougainville Peace Agreement, respectful of Bougainville's aspirations, and guided by our shared commitment to peace, unity, and stability. It is therefore critical when the time comes that all members of this House take time to consider the context and history of the Bougainville crisis and the proposed way forward. Only through exercising the democratic process can we chart a path forward. Mr. Speaker, over the coming weeks, I will continue to work to finalize the Melanesian Framework with my counterpart and Vice President Honorable Massad. As Minister, I remain committed to fulfilling my constitutional obligation, and the government stands ready to work with the autonomous Bougainville government to secure a lasting peace in Bougainville. Mr. Speaker, this will be one of the most important decisions ever taken by this House. It must be a decision grounded in law, informed by history, and respectful of the express will of the people of Bougainville. Above all, it must be a decision that preserves peace and secures a stable future for all our people. Mr. Speaker, as Minister, I reaffirm this government's commitment to working in partnership with the autonomous Bougainville government to achieve a lasting and peaceful settlement. We approach we approach this task with humility, with respect, and with a clear understanding of its significance for our nation. Mr. Speaker, with that, I commend this statement to this House.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take note of the paper, and I wish to support the Minister for Bougainville Affairs on this significant statement. Mr. Speaker, before I provide my support to his statement, I would like to, on behalf of my people of Bougainville, and I stand here as the regional member representing my autonomous Bougainville government, and I acknowledge my Vice President of the autonomous region of Bougainville and all my autonomous Bougainville government members of House of Representatives, all my people of Bougainville, in Papua New Guinea, and all my people of Bougainville throughout the different regions of our global community who are now watching this significant moment in time of our history, and particularly in this point in time where, as we all know, there is no standing orders that provides for the assurance of this very important matter. And therefore, I would like to, again, sincerely appreciate the work of our good Minister Makiba in shouldering this significant responsibility, and I thank the Marape Rosa government and the wisdom of our Prime Minister in appointing Minister Makiba, who has been able to consult in a fair manner between the autonomous Bougainville government and continue to hold the spirit of Melanesia in engagement with our leaders of the autonomous Bougainville government. Today, Mr. Speaker, is not an ordinary day in Parliament. Today marks an important step in a journey that spans generations. Before I address the sessional order before this Honourable House, I wish to remind Parliament that the story of Bougainville did not begin with the referendum in 2019. It did not begin with the Bougainville Peace Agreement in 2001. And it did not even begin with the crisis of 1989. Mr. Speaker, the journey that brings us here today reaches back more than 140 years ago. Its origins can be traced to the colonial petitioning of the North Solomons in 1884 and the subsequent arrangements of 1886 and 1899, when foreign powers drew boundaries across Melanesia and separated peoples who had shared kinship, trade, culture, ancestry, and identity for countless generations. Long before Papua New Guinea became an independent nation, decisions concerning Bougainville were being made by distant colonial administrations. The people of Bougainville did not create those boundaries, Mr. Speaker. Those boundaries were imposed upon them. From that moment, a political question emerged that has remained unresolved throughout successive colonial administrations. Through Papua New Guinea's independence in 1975, through the North Solomons movement, through the Bougainville crisis, and ultimately through the Bougainville Peace Agreement. Mr. Speaker, for this reason, the Bougainville question is not fundamentally a dispute between Bougainville and Papua New Guinea. It is a colonial question. Neither Bougainville nor Papua New Guinea created this issue, Mr. Speaker. In many respects, both are inheritors of colonial legacies that has required wisdom, patience, and statesmanship to address. This is why Bougainville Peace Agreement stands as one of the greatest achievements in our nation's history. It transformed a colonial question into a constitutional process. It transformed conflict into dialogue and grievances into a democratic choice, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I wish to acknowledge and commend my brother and colleague, the Honourable Manasseh Makiba, Minister of Bougainville Affairs, for faithfully discharging his constitutional responsibility in bringing this matter before Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Today is not the day Parliament decides the political future of Bougainville. Today is not the day Parliament votes on independence. Today is not the day Parliament accepts or rejects the referendum results. Today, Mr. Speaker, Parliament is being asked to determine the procedure through which that future decision will be considered. The matter before us is the Sessional Order, Mr. Speaker. The Sessional Order establishes the process, rules, and framework through which Parliament will later consider the substantive matters relating to Bougainville, Mr. Speaker. Let us first agree on the process. Let us first agree on the rules. Let us first agree on the pathway. That is the purpose of the Sessional Order. The Minister for Bougainville Affairs will subsequently table the Bougainville referendum result, the Joint Consultation Report, and the Melanesian Framework, Mr. Speaker. These are the substantive documents that Parliament will consider when the time comes to deliberate on Bougainville's political future. The people of Bougainville were given two constitutional pathways towards lasting peace. Question number one on the ballot paper was greater autonomy, and question number two was sovereign independence. And the people made their choice. An overwhelming 97.7% voted for sovereign independence. Whether one agrees with that outcome or not, no one can deny the legitimacy, the process through which the choice was expressed. History will judge this Parliament. Today, however, we are not deciding the destination. Today, we are agreeing on the road. Before we decide where this journey ends, let us first agree on how we will travel together. That is the purpose of the Sessional Order. That's why I support it. And Mr. Speaker, again, on behalf of my people of Bougainville, I appreciate and thank both leadership on both the national government and the ABG in ensuring that we are able to provide a provision in which we can now put the questions of our people and the journey that began 140 years ago into its final decision-making body, the House of Melanesian Chiefs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to commend the statement by the Honourable Minister for Bougainville Affairs, the Honourable Manasseh Makiba. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, I'd like to also commend the work of the bipartisan committee on the referendum. Mr. Speaker, I think that this debate and the work of this committee and of the good minister raises some very, very serious questions that will affect the country. And I appreciate the minister's statement to encourage all members of parliament to bear in mind the Constitution, existing laws, and especially the Bougainville Peace Agreement, and the historical context of both sides, people of Bougainville and the people of Papua New Guinea. I think, Mr. Speaker, no other issue brought to the floor of Parliament has created more anxiety, more ambiguity, and more ambivalence than the Bougainville issue. Therefore, I'd like to place on record, Mr. Speaker, my total appreciation for the guidance provided by the bipartisan committee and the minister in bringing the sessional order to the floor to help guide the House on how to proceed on something that is so important and in our view, Mr. Speaker, is somewhat overdue. It's been 7 years since the people of Bougainville voted on the referendum. and overwhelmingly with 97.7% of them saying that they wanted independence. So it's incumbent on the House, Mr. Speaker, and on the government to provide the leadership to expedite the process. Notwithstanding the gravity of the situation and the importance to ensure that all members of Parliament are aware of the implications of their decisions in the affirmative and in the negative too, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I commend the statement by the Honourable Manasseh Makiba, and we look forward to progressing this matter, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister alluded to on the 30th of August, we can bring it back to the floor and proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to firstly support the statement delivered by the Minister for Bougainville Affairs, and I want to commend him as Minister for his steadfast leadership in the time he's been Minister. I want to also acknowledge the member for Abao, who served earlier in my tenureship as Prime Minister. Under his watch, the referendum process was supervised. I do acknowledge his leadership and those who served in this important portfolio before him, one of which notable is the late, the Honourable William Samp, the member for Guelala, then in his earlier role as Minister presiding over Bougainville matters. But a thank you to our national leaders would be in vain without thanking the Bougainville leaders. I want to thank all Bougainville leaders who have been part of the peace process since August 30th, 2001, up till at present. I recognize the work of the late Joseph Kabui as president then, as a leader then, and the first interim president, later president, and the leadership, his leadership cohort of Bougainville and PNG, for them to sit on the table of peace. And they construct what is historic, Bougainville Peace Agreement that has binded us to this day as we come to utilize provisions of the Parliament, standing orders, using a Sessional Order to usher in the result of Bougainville referendum to this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, all who have contributed to the peace process thus far needs to be acknowledged. The issue before us, whilst is sensitive and consequential to our nation's future, it is something that we cannot ignore. The time is of essence. Time that was secured under the peace agreement pushed us to referendum at 2019, and hence we are running this process, Mr. Speaker. And so whilst it's sensitive, it touches our national identity, it touches our constitutional order, it affects the lives of our shared people, especially, more importantly, the children who will come after us or in our midst. I acknowledge the little children, the students who are amidst us at the public gallery. This is a historic moment and a huge moment. Both the Minister for Bougainville and also the regional member of Bougainville and Minister was a strong advocate for Bougainville independence. I just want to place on record, and rightfully so, is entitled to advocate for Bougainville's political independence that has been in voice since day one, whether in the Pango caucus, or in government caucus, or in cabinet, or even on the floor of Parliament. They have spoken eloquently. This issue, Mr. Speaker, predates 1975, September 16, and correctly so, predates 1988, predates 2001. The matter on Bougainville independence has been inherently deep in Bougainville for many, many years. It suffers to a big point in 1988 that culminated in the 2001 peace agreement that is shepherding us to these days. The referendum held in Bougainville in 2019 was not optional. It was constitutionally mandated under the Bougainville Peace Agreement, especially Part 14, Section 338 of the Constitution. It was conducted with the highest standards, with international observers assessing it to have been free, fair, and I want to acknowledge the United Nations' role in the conduct of the observation, supervision, and eventually referendum in 2019. They have been with us every step of the way since 2001, and I do acknowledge their hand. But in 2019, when the referendum was held, United Nations was part of the process and supervised the process. And so I want to inform this House the people of Bougainville participated peacefully and excuse me, an overwhelming turnout, and they expressed their views with clarity and dignity. Today we know the result stands 97.7% in the positive affirmation of the view that they must be politically independent. They choose political independence over maintenance of autonomy as it is at present. Mr. Speaker, this is the magnitude of task faced before us in this Parliament. My government over the last 7 years have given substantial intervention funds and substantial recurrent funds to Bougainville, but just like we've given all the other provinces. But this is not about funds and development, but it's about political aspirations that they've voted about. This Parliament is now faced with this choice of allowing them to be independent, or we hold them back and work in an arrangement that is within the construct of existing Part 14 of the Constitution, or something better. Mr. Speaker, we all cannot run away from this. We must deal with this issue. For decades, it has been an issue on our table. At 1988, when the power pylons first fell in Bougainville, our country was but only 14 years old as a sovereign nation. At 2001, when the peace agreement was signed, our country was but only 25 years old as a nation. And the peace agreement was stitched and constructed. Today, 25 years on since the peace agreement was signed, we are now in the process of using sessional orders to usher in the result of the vote that was held in 2019. Mr. Speaker, but all hope is not lost, as I spoke in my statement in response to the chairman of our bipartisan committee on Bougainville, the Honorable Dr. Alan Marape, who presented his report, that it is either going to be a yes vote in the majority or no vote in the majority. Whatever way this Parliament takes a vote, it is not a dead end in as far as our work and walk with Bougainville is concerned. Our work as two people will always be there going forward into the future, or one people, in as far as the Melanesian family is concerned. Our work for reconstruction of not just Bougainville, but the reconstruction or construction of our country will still go on. At 1975, Mr. Speaker, our budget, even at the full throttle of Panguna mine, let me place on record, our budget was only but 300 million kina. Not enough to meet the need of the 462,840 square kilometers of a country we call our home today, Papua New Guinea. Then at 1975, that land mass was lived by around 3 million people. Today, that same landmass is lived by almost 11 million people. Needs of our country remain big. At 1988, when the power pylon fell and the police were deployed in the first instance, the economy was still not big enough to handle all our needs. I could understand the rationale of Bougainvilleans when they fight for greater take from their resources. That is the same fight this government constructed in 2019. We fight in the floor of Parliament to take back more resources for our country through the legislative processes. Bougainville are front runners and pace setters, and for that I say thank you. They were fighting to take back more from the resources, but through the actual use of guns and the fight that took place since 1988. Mr. Speaker, history has been written. Past we cannot relive, but future we must construct. And at this juncture, I want to thank the 7 Prime Ministers of our country who have served before me. In 1988, it was Sir Rabin Amalio. In 1992, it was the Right Honourable Pius Winti. In 1995, it was the Right Honourable late Sir Julius. In 1997, it was the late Sir Bill Skate. In 1999, it was the late Sir Mekere Morota. They all tried their best. They all gave their best out. Just like me today, when there is a civil disorder in Enga province, or Hela province, or Southern Highlands, to protect the resources of our people there, the innocent, we do deploy police. The police is handicapped, we deploy military to assist in the process. Those prime ministers in those times saved their moment. If I was there, then I would have possibly operated the same manner because budget was limited, small at the time. And I take my hats off to them. Most of them have perished and are laying from their work. I give my commendations to them. I want to pay special mention to late Sir Bill Skate, perhaps the first to have set foot in Bougainville at the peak of the crisis. He was there, started the process of peace. I thank Sir Mekere Morota, who then sat on the table of peace. I invoke the blessing of Matthew 5, verse 8 or 9 that says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God." To late President Kabui, to late Peter Siamalili Sr., to late Francis Ona, and many who have passed, I say thank you to them too. They sat on the table of peace in 2001. To my brother, the current President Ismail Toroma, was an important signatory to that peace agreement. To my brother, Vice President Massad, who's still here, I say thank you to you. There are many. Some have gone on PNG side, the national side, and some have gone on the Bougainville side. But for those of us who remain here today, it is now our duty to pick up the issue, give proper context to it, understand the magnitude of the issue, think from Bougainville side and PNG side together, and we process. Since 2002 up to 2011, I thank the Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, who played his role, including I was his Minister for Education in 2009. The first function to be transferred to Bougainville was Education Ministry under my watch. First function. Section 290, if I'm not wrong, has all the powers, Mr. Speaker. There are over 59 powers defined in Section 290 of the Bougainville, I beg your pardon, of the Constitution. All the functions are there to be transferred. And I want to tell the Bougainville people if not all function has been transferred to date as yet. It takes two sides of the negotiation table. Bougainville government, by constitutional provision, I cannot quote the provision right now out of my head, but there's a provision in the constitution that says 12-month notice the Bougainville government gives the national government and the drawdown is made. Today, under our watch in this government, I thank Deputy Prime Minister Lenz, the total state land in Bougainville is now not owned by the national government, but by the Bougainville government. Total state land transferred back. In the exercise of 290, fisheries powers have been given back. And in fact, we're going one step into both the artisan fishery as well as the deep fishing licenses. We're working to make sure they have their fishing space. 100% of Panguna has been given back to them. All resources has been passed back to them. Mr. Speaker, we only hold back. Now, when I picked up the referendum result in Arawa in 2019, I said, every power comes back to you. Those powers in 290, those powers in 2892, we can look into the national powers. The only thing we will retain, subject to the process running and subject to the parliament deciding, the only thing we will retain is foreign affairs, defense, currency, and Supreme Court. Others and any and every power to operate an economy, a government, and a community is already encapsulated in 290 and more from 289. This government stands ready to give them as we speak, as well as subject to the process that will unveil after the votes have been has taken place. Mr. Speaker, to Bougainvilleans and Papua New Guineans, we do not need to fear this one. And I want to credit the architects of the 2001 Peace Agreement for giving a beautiful peace agreement to us and embedded in the Constitution. I want to say at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, you may talk big, but thank you to Marshall Bougainville leaders. Maski only lose him life. Nah, I what I put on one sinan one temol by 2001 only give him respect to national parliament. Because talk blong all or give him respect to national parliament. And he stop inside lo bell blong section 342, subsection 1 and subsection 2. Especially subsection 2 process he run him now. Subsection 2 process and we talk national parliament by making decision. National parliament by making decision. That law has stood the last 25 years, the national parliament must make decision. But as national parliament making decision, we like on this parliament, offer him advice to Minister Manasseh, offer him advice to Yumi Olgada, offer him advice long Bougainville leadership too. Yumi no clear, one time by Yumi vote, me propose him 38th of August 2026, Constitution one time Melanesian Framework Agreement, think blow two black government or say we must hurry up this black. May propose him August 30, but subject we will hold the president and myself have agreed to an important meeting, joint meeting between both sides in July in Buka, and we'll agree on a date as to when the results will come. That agreement is not just a president and a prime minister conversation or Minister Massad and Minister Makiba conversation. Mr. Speaker, ME stop long spirit long 342 subsection 1. 342 subsection 1 and we talk. Both sides must consult after a referendum. And consult after a referendum we did, Mr. Speaker. Time Mipla go long. First, after result finish, Mipla go long. First meeting after referendum long Kokopo. Me talk. Now me make him talk. Me talk lo Kokopo. Me talk. As high as Mount William is, the referendum result will stand like that. Mr. Speaker, me mini one lo display. And me mini Muslim, like lo people, you me kiss him but send up yet. However, Parliament work him display result, as you may bring him a vote, he come inside. None up one play rouse him like lo 97.7 and send up stuff. We just have to acknowledge this forever. That at one time they voted, and they voted for not autonomy, but full political independence. That question is explicit. That question is explicitly given to us in Constitution that we must ask for full political independence. Section 338 says this. So long, Kokopo mi Blatok, result must have yet. I made a commitment the result will be there. And to Bougainville, I give him assurance. Just like earlier when opposition were talking about something, I gave him assurance. James Marape, don't let my words come back empty. Bougainville, I've visited you more times than any other prime minister. It's on record. My heart is for you, but my mind will tell me what to do. This is an emotional matter, but we must make rational choices collectively going forward. This Parliament, and I want to say thank you to Bougainvilleans. Under the post-referendum talk now walk, where you started, President Torama has never wavered. The Honorable Ismail Massad has never wavered. The entire Bougainville team has never wavered. Minister Peter Siamalali, Sister Honorable Francisca Semaso, the Honorable Jimmy Mirintero, the Honorable Timothy Masi has never wavered. For them, it's independence or not independence. And we can understand this. I want to say to the people, your leaders have never failed you. But a process to the children of Bougainville and our country, our process is running. Our country is not a country without constitution. Constitution have yet to be talked through the peace process that National Parliament will decide. And this National Parliament will work. I want to thank Bougainvilleans. You understood me when I said, as high as Mount William, and that word still stands. The result will stand forever. Whatever happens during the vote, it will still continue. If it is no, we will continue. If it is yes, we will continue. That's what I said last week. You don't need to fear, and the rest of our country don't need to fear as we assess and weigh the options before us. Bougainville leaders, I say thank you. When we went to Wabek for the second post-referendum consultation, the leaders came into Wabek and I asked, again in my statement, I said, you think from my perspective as I think from your perspective. Buktambu talk, do unto others what you would want them to do to you, and we were in that mindset. I think from your independent aspirations, but you think from my defense of national security aspirations. Our country is not one language, one talk place against one language, one talk place. No, God. 1975, the most diverse nation on the face of planet Earth was fused into one nation we call Papua New Guinea today. And we have been running beyond the flag, despite the hardships, problems, amidst our few joys in between. One people, one nation, one country, one constitution. He come today. Long Wabek, me ask him, Yupla, think from our perspective as we think from your perspective. I want to say thank you. In the era corner after Wabek meeting, and I tell you, Mr. Speaker, why make this meeting along Wabek? And I thank Governor Iparas for being a wonderful host. Governor Iparas, thank you. Wabek, capital of Enga province, in case you may not clear. Enga province and Wanpla province, it got 600,000 people speaking one language. Bougainville, you got more than 20 languages. Enga province, Wanpla language. Enga province, you got Wanpla gold mine too. Today this gold mine will go for the next 50 years from the studies coming out. Now when I ask you to think from my perspective, Mr. Speaker, what if sometimes down the line, God forbid, but someone with a lot of guns fights the police and fights the army, you may salim go. Talk me power lo gun to, me power lo gold to. Me like kissing more. Now fight, now talk all same. All right, you like in peace, we must get a referendum. 600,000 people from one ancestor speaking one language. Don't think just, Mr. Speaker, don't think just because I'm stop inside long inland, give affordability, long all thinking also. Mr. Speaker, Rwanda and one black country, stop inside long inland Africa. Size floor Rwanda and 26,000 square kilometers. Size Luenga province and 11,000 square kilometers. A little half. But suppose me Troma Hela province Guanta Boligar gold, I guess. I'm not like 10,000 Guanta, almost 26,000. So when I ask Bougainvilleans, my brothers and sisters in Bougainville, my children in Bougainville, my leaders in Bougainville, the challenge I have is the fragility of this country. When you ask for independent provincial government in 1976, you got it, rest became provincial government. Time you talk about autonomy, you special case, you mean basket me, but other provinces too talk about autonomy. So when I think from my perspective, I think from you. And the other day I gave commitment, we will not send soldiers and defense police into Bougainville. We work to empower you as we ring fence you out and we deal with other parts of the country. As our nation faces to come out of our 50th anniversary to go into our 51st, the rest of our country will define autonomy in total clarity with no push beyond autonomy to independence as we deal with Bougainville as a special case working and to go forward. So I want to say thank you to Bougainville leadership. They saw clarity what we need to do for the rest of the country. I take my hat out to President Toroma and Massad. We came down to Erakone meeting in Port Moresby, and we clearly established, and at the Erakone meeting, the Bougainville leadership said, yes, we now recognize that National Parliament is the supreme law-making body of the land. And so the rest of the country, I want to say, and I speak for Bougainville, even in the pain of more than 20,000 people losing lives, even in the face of 97.7% voting for independence, that Bougainville leadership under President Ismail Toroma and Vice President Massa today, at the time AG, they gave respect to the National Parliament. What more can you ask of them? Continuously. What more can you ask of them? Continuously. And so I want us to give this conversation a fair go. Fair go. As we process this, today will not be a moment to all of us speak. The minister will introduce the sessional order. We'll usher in the result to the Parliament. We place it here. And I want each of you, I've asked all of you before, to consult your provincial assemblies, to consult your districts, and for us to have a fair go in this matter. And there was only issue on the voting threshold. I want to conclude my statement in support by saying there was a strong position from Bougainville that emerged that they voted for referendum, so Parliament will just affirm the result. But national government hold our ground, said Section 342, subsection 2, says Parliament will make decision. Parliament's decision is always by a way of vote. And this is a constitutional matter, and constitutional numbers will take precedent. I take my head again off to the Bougainville leaders. They, through the Melanesian agreement process, through the dispute resolution process that we invoked, or mediation, and said Jerry Matapora facilitated the second Bana meeting. In the second Bana meeting, it was agreed that National Parliament must process it, and two-thirds majority, absolute majority, in the affirmative must decide. Again, I take my hats off to Bougainville leadership. What more can we ask of them? And so I want to ask all of us, as we come to the next phase, we have to deal with this issue. There's no running away from it. Each of us must stand up. When I accept the referendum result in Arawa, to the Bougainvilleans, I made a statement that you always hold to me when I come back. I said I'm taking it in my bag as member for Tari. Mr. Speaker, one person here, I have two roles, as Prime Minister and as member for Tari. My vote is one to Bougainville. When I take my vote, it'll be a one vote. To break the country, James Marape don't have any locus standi. Simply put, meaning it's a legal word. I don't have standing. Majority agrees, the country will be broken. Majority disagrees. To my brothers and sisters in Bougainville, Pangu Party has a way out of this. We have a convention coming up a couple of days from today. I will put the Pangu Party policy on Bougainville to the table. If a yes vote, this is the way we'll process it. No, if majority says no, this is the way we'll process it. Eventually giving respect to 97.7% view on self-determination. I want to ask you, Bougainvilleans, as I conclude my speech, look at what powers you have drawn down already. Look at what work you've done already. Takes two sides of the coin. If I am to bet you, I want to bet you to be successful and not for you to fail. With these words, I ask all members of parliament, let's shepherd this process through. You'll come back, all party leaders, consider this and make your statement. There's no hiding from the scrutiny. Each of us must decide on what is good for Bougainville and our collective future. Thank you too much.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, before missing out, the Minister of Bougainville Affairs, me like talk clear lo here, plandi online blue milo place, ono sabe lo talk English, you bla kani mol talk tete, you bla popular minister, leader of government business, opposition leader na prime minister talk little talk pisin, na Papua New Guinea you stop harem tete ya. Siya by sing out lo minister lo propose motion blong na motion niya ino blok kanim vote blong referendum now. Ibla mas clear. Motion blong lo kisim rot blong bring him desla referendum become inside long parliament naigat process establish lo parliament by luksabe lo desla referendum. So I'm talk clear blo yimi. Also na missing out now, lo Minister of Bougainville Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now rise to present the Sessional Order for adoption. Mr. Speaker, I move that pursuant to Section 342, subsection 2 of the National Constitution.
Honourable Minister, by you seek him leave past time.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Minister?
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that pursuant to Section 342, subsection 2 of the National Constitution and Standing Order 284, this Parliament resolves to adopt the following sessional order in relation to the results of the referendum on Bougainville in these terms. Number one, the Minister for Bougainville Affairs shall lay on the table the return of the writ containing the results of the referendum on Bougainville. He shall make a statement and debate will ensue. Debate may be adjourned from time to time until a question is put. 2. A motion that the National Parliament accept the results of the Bougainville referendum. 3. The motion must be supported by a 3/4 absolute majority.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable members, the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business. Honourable Member Abau, you raise a point of order. One point of order, Mr.
Speaker, firstly, I thought that the Parliament was going to at least have a little bit of debate on the sessional order. Hold on. Yeah. And then we adopt it. Correct. Because I raised two issues in my point of order. I know we already passed it, but it has to be recorded on the Hansard. My point of order is two reasons. One is in the minister's statement, according to the Melanesian Agreement, Mr. Speaker, you and the House of Representatives Speaker of Bougainville were to meet and consult over a sessional order. No, hold on. The minister has admitted in his statement on page 5, paragraph 1, that the sessional order was largely agreed with, only difference being the required voting threshold. That was not agreed with. The reason why Matapara was brought in by the government was to particularly look at the sessional order issue. And the Melanesian Agreement required you and both speakers to agree to. Now, that hasn't been agreed to. And then you are saying that in the second paragraph on page 5, the minister says, I wish to inform the House that the leader of the National Parliament, the Speaker, has now finalized a sessional order to govern parliamentary considerations. So it looks like you have done your job without further consulting your counterpart in Bougainville. Now the second issue, point of order, the only provision in the Constitution where 3/4 absolute majority is required is when the Parliament is voting for a boundary change. No other provision in the Constitution requires us to vote for 3/4 absolute majority. Where is this 3/4 absolute majority coming from? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Abau. And Parliament, vote na itoko right finish long this was sessional order. All work igamnap now na sessional order ya and by come. Time you look too long. There's a point blue you know got the constitution and Parliament ya and me right him. Parliament make him all lolo display. No come up in constitution. Na there's la issue lo Bougainville lo give them independence. Na you will talk you know got the constitution. Yes, it's true. You know got the constitution. Parliament you must decide lo display. You know legally something. Honorable member law about. You know legally something nambai one blood legally voters or eyes or no long end. And we know legally something. And big plus something. Yes.
It's your standing order. Point of order, you must respond to it.
You talk. Honorable member about milarim you finish mo kada talk lo you na me respond. Na time you finish now you can talk. When I'm point of order, I'm last for point of order lo you.
It's an issue that you have raised from the chair that I raise a point of order. And that is the issue of Bougainville. I'm no legally something. My question is, in this sessional order, subsection 3, the sessional order says the motion must be supported by a 3/4 absolute majority. and come where? Constitutional amendments, 2/3 absolute majority. This plus 3/4 and come where? That's the question.
Sorry, let me respond, Prime Minister, behind you. Honorable Member Bloabao, Emdesla, behind him all kata consultation, Igolo NEC, Ogada na desfla, thinking long absolute 3/3 majority. Absolute majority, 3/4 majority, and me come inside. Now, Parliament now, and me right in finish, desfla. Now, time, Minister, me present him. All report now when I'm long and now. And time to debate where you can debate now, the man by debate long. Honorable Prime Minister, one point of whatever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, Dr. Blas Puka, because I'm senior to Mas. Now look at him, confuse him, country or some, the process of confusion also work him upside. This process he come now, and two black government want them approving finish. Now me come long, leg long, come back long. Two black government, I mean make you reference long, me blay sit down long, New Zealand, want them surgery matter for he got area of dispute. Long one majority of vote law. Sessional Order House but come inside. So this plan me blow sit down long Banam. Committee long Marat was there, few of the parliamentary committee members were there, go through. Two governments finally agreed. That's why me talk, thank you, Lord Bougainville line. Only talk right, Parliament must vote. The voting majority and by 2/3 absolute majority. Or 3/3. 3/4.
3/4.
This was talk to establish standing order. I mean, talk to long Minister Manaseta Solnogat. Process, peace agreement process. I mean, sanctioning this land. I mean, black come now. So talk to you clear. Two black government wanted me clear. But we're having one black meeting again long July. One half me by one time by Karam's date. Vote come inside of Parliament. Me propose him 30th of August, but both sides will agree. So we're now coming to the final stage. Sessional Order, you may vote finish long and we thank you, Lord Display. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. I think talk me clear. It clear lo you me all geta. Road long and lo come inside now lo Parliament. And Parliament you right in through lo display Sessional Order because you know that Narba Road came. So Parliament you right in finish. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I seek leave of Parliament to respond to. Mr. Speaker, I seek leave of the Chair to respond to a series of questions raised to myself by the good member for Bulolo.
Leave granted.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Bulolo for raising these important questions concerning landowner identification and boundary verification with the Wafi Golpu mining project area, particularly in relation to Special Mining Lease 10, SML 10. The Department of Lands and Physical Planning recognizes that identification of customary landowners is a critical prerequisite for ensuring that benefits derived from major resource developments are distributed fairly and equitably to legitimate landowners. Before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, with the questions in particular, I'd like to give some context to the questions and clarify some aspects from the questions raised by the good member for Bulolo. The PNG government's mining policy requires social mapping and landowner identification studies before a mining lease is granted. Reports indicate that such studies were carried out for the Wafi Golpu mine, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, the Mineral Resources Authority stated that it had received a land investigation study report identifying customary landowners along the infrastructure corridor and was formalizing these landowners for participation in development forum discussions. Mr. Speaker, the state has consistently recognized three main special mining lease landowner groups, Yanta, Hengabu, and Babuaf, as representatives of communities within the SML-10 area. These groups have participated in consultations and benefit discussions, Mr. Speaker. However, there have been ongoing disputes and criticisms between various landowner factions and community representatives who have argued that proper clan vetting, boundary verification, and social mapping have not been completed to everyone's satisfaction. Some claim that some customary landowners have not been adequately identified or representative. Mr. Speaker, as recently as March 2026, the good Prime Minister James Marape acknowledged concerns regarding landowner identification and stated that we will be having an update from MRA on land boundary verification and land investigation processes which are ongoing. Mr. Speaker, question 1 from the good member for Bulolo. When will the Department of Lands and Physical Planning organize a boundary walk of the entire SML-10 as prescribed by the Land Dispute Settlement Act to confirm tribal and clan boundaries within SML-10? Mr. Speaker, I wish to clarify that the Department of Lands and Physical Planning is not the administering agency responsible for the implementation of the Land Dispute Settlement Act. Matters relating to the determination and settlement of customary land disputes, including, Mr. Speaker, boundary walks for the purpose of resolving tribal and clan dispute of boundaries, fall within the jurisdiction of responsible institutions such as the Land Commission and the local land court, and processes established under the Land Dispute Settlement Act, Mr. Speaker. The role of the Department of Lands and Physical Planning is primarily concerned with land administration, registration, customary land formalization, and related functions under appropriate laws. The Department administers in Papua New Guinea. As such, the Department does not have the statutory mandate to organize boundary walks under the Land Dispute Settlement Act. However, where relevant government agencies undertake lawful processes to determine or verify customary boundaries, the Department stands ready to provide such technical advice, support, land records, mapping information, and other technical support within its mandate to help facilitate those processes, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, the Department will assist and consult MRA, Land Commission, Marape Provincial Government, Mumeng LLG, and affected communities to determine the most appropriate framework and schedule for conducting such an exercise. The Department will assess the feasibility of such an undertaking with boundary verification exercise with the Land Commission and also the local land courts to assist in resolving any outstanding customary boundary disputes, Mr. Speaker. Question 2, when will the Department of Lands and Physical Planning carry out land investigation within SML-10 and wards 1 to 6 of Mumeng LLG to determine the owners? Mr. Speaker, the Department recognizes that proper land investigation is necessary to establish and verify customer land ownership claims, while social mapping and landowner identification activities have been undertaken under the mining project processes. The Department acknowledges concerns raised by communities regarding the need for independent verification. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the Department is prepared to engage with relevant landowners, stakeholders, and all stakeholders, including the Mineral Resources Authority, Land Commission, and affected landowner groups to assess the scope and requirements for a formal land investigation exercise within SML-10 and the affected wards of Mumeng LLG. The timing of such investigations will be subject to funding availability, project requirements, and interagency coordination. Question 3, when will the Department carry out land investigation within the broader SML-10 project footprint covering Mumeng LLG, Wampa LLG, Lay Urban, and Ahi LLG to determine owners? Mr. Speaker, the Department notes that the Wafi Golpu mine project footprint extends beyond the SML-10 area and includes infrastructure corridors and associated development areas affecting multiple local level governments and numerous stakeholders. Given the scale and complexity of customary ownership arrangements across these areas, a comprehensive land investigation would require a phased and coordinated approach involving affected communities and government agencies. The Department will continue to engage with relevant stakeholders such as MRA, Land Commission and Marape Provincial Administration to determine the extent of investigation required and develop an implementation plan that ensures all legitimate customary landowners are properly identified and afforded due recognition. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the government remains committed to ensuring that landowner identification processes are conducted transparently, fairly, and in accordance with the laws of Papua New Guinea. No genuine customary landowner should be disadvantaged, and the Department will continue to work with all stakeholders, including the districts and the province, to strengthen integrity of landowner identification processes associated with the Wafi Golpu Mine project. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this time to thank the Honourable Member for this important series of questions that have been raised that are pertinent to the ongoing Wafi gold mine development area. I look forward to working with him and other stakeholders, not only in my capacity as the Lands Minister, but in my capacity as a member of Marape and the Deputy Prime Minister, to work to address all relevant issues in consultation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Police.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave of the chair to answer questions.
Leave granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You granted me leave to answer questions raised by the good member for Middle Fly. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to the leave of the chair to make a response to the questions placed before the House at the sitting of Thursday, 28th May 2026 by the Honourable Member for Middle Fly Open, the Honourable Mai Maso Hewabi, touching upon historic allegations connected with the holder of the constitutional office of the Commissioner of Police. For the precision of the record, those 4 questions as placed were: Question 1, what is the current status of the allegations of rape against the Commissioner of Police, Mr. David Manning? Question 2, whether the Commissioner has been cleared of the allegation of rape. Question 3, Mr. Speaker, when will the Minister clear the good name of the police force from this allegation? And question 4, will the same Police Commissioner, Mr. David Manning, run the 2027 general election while this allegation of rape is still with him? Mr. Speaker, number 1, my guiding principles of this response. Mr. Speaker, this government and I personally as Minister are bound by and committed to the presumption of innocence, a principle entrenched in Section 37, 4A of our Constitution. No person, however high their office, stands convicted of an offence until convicted by a competent court of law. And that principle applies as much to the Commissioner of Police as to any citizen of this country. This government, Mr. Speaker, and I likewise affirm without qualification our respect for the separation of powers upon which our constitutional order depends. Parliament must legislate, the executive must govern according to law, and the courts must determine matters independently and without interference. The legitimacy of each arm is preserved when each confines itself to its proper constitutional function, Mr. Speaker. I take care in this response to observe the proper distinction between the office of the Commissioner of Police, established by Section 198 of the Constitution, and the person who from time to time holds this office. The Commissioner, Mr. David Manning, was reappointed in April of 2024, continues lawfully to hold the office, and is entitled to the same fundamental rights and protection as any other person. Number two, Mr. Speaker, background to the allegations. Mr. Speaker, the matters referred to these questions are not new allegations awaiting examination. They are historical matters which have been repeatedly examined by the lawful institutions of the state over a period exceeding 2 decades, Mr. Speaker. The matter concerns an allegation, the substance of which was made in the year of 2000, some 26 years ago. The institutional record established through investigation and the inquiries that followed is that the underlying events arose from a lawful arrest carried out under a court-issued warrant by a unit under the Commissioner's command then, and that the allegations against the Commissioner were not corroborated by any available evidence. During the 26 years, Mr. Speaker, that have elapsed since that allegation, the matter has been subjected to extensive investigative, disciplinary, prosecutorial, and judicial scrutiny by the independent institutions exercising different statutory functions and responsibilities. The outcome of that scrutiny has been consistent. No evidence warranting charges has been identified. No court has made findings adverse against the Commissioner. No lawful process has produced an outcome adverse to his continued service as Commissioner of Police. Those are the formal outcomes. Taken together, Mr. Speaker, they represent extraordinary scrutiny over more than 2 decades. The outcome has been the same on every occasion. No investigator, prosecutor, disciplinary authority, or court has at any stage identified evidence capable of substantiating the allegation. The significance of the history is therefore not the allegations themselves, but the fact that they have repeatedly been considered by the institutions responsible for determining such matters and have repeatedly concluded without any advance finding against the Commissioner. That institutional record forms the proper background against which the questions before the House must be considered. The 4 questions and responses thereto, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first question, the current status of the allegation. To the question of the current status of the allegation, the candid answer is that it is no longer the subject of any active criminal prosecution, and no current judicial proceedings touch upon it. The investigation team assigned at the time of the allegation pursued all available avenues of inquiry. No witness, medical, or forensic evidence was identified capable of substantiating the allegation. The complainant refused medical examination and later provided materially inconsistent accounts, including a written recantation of the allegation. Mr. Speaker, That investigation was the subject of independent review by senior officers of the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary, who reached the same essential conclusion and expressed serious concerns regarding the credibility and evidentiary foundation of the allegation. It was then independently reviewed by the Office of the State Prosecutor based in Kimbe, who likewise concluded that the allegations was unsupported by evidence and that there was no proper basis upon which criminal proceedings should be commenced. In 2020, the complainant commenced civil proceedings in the National Court, styled as OS in brackets HR number 4 of 2020. Those proceedings were dismissed by the court for, amongst other reasons, want of prosecution. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, as members of this Honourable House will be aware, a want of prosecution is a failure by a plaintiff to progress a matter or proper evidence in support to their claims. In 2024, further proceedings were commenced, styled OS number 59 of 2024, seeking in substance to relitigate the same matters. The National Court dismissed the proceedings in their entirety as an abuse of process of the court and referred the legal practitioner for the plaintiffs to the Papua New Guinea Law Society for inquiry into possible breaches of the Professional Conduct Rules of 1989. No finding adverse to the Commissioner was made. The complainant's most recent of many varying reports was against re-agitated in 2024 following dismissal of court proceedings. As in previous instance, no corroborating evidence was adduced. Such matters are appropriately the remit of investigative agencies, being a constitutional institution acting independently of the executive and run the proper course on the basis of evidence or lack thereof. In short, the matter is historic in origin and has been determined to be without corroboration or evidence on every occasion of examination. The present status of the matter is therefore not one of unresolved institutional uncertainty. Rather, it is a matter that has been repeatedly considered by the appropriate institutions of the state with consistent outcomes on each occasion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is the responsibility of the Minister to be candid with the House about the institutional position as it now stands. The factual record is neither new nor uncertain. What is remarkable, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is not the allegation itself, but the extraordinary number of occasions upon which it has been examined and rejected by the institutions lawfully entrusted with that responsibility. Over a period of 2 decades, the matters have been subjected to investigative, disciplinary, prosecutorial, and judicial scrutiny by different institutions exercising different powers under different statutory frameworks and for different purposes. The outcome has been consistent. The allegations have repeatedly been placed before the institutions of the state responsible for considering them. Those institutions have performed their functions, investigations, and have been conducted. Reviews have been undertaken. Prosecutorial consideration has occurred. Judicial proceedings have been commenced and concluded. No criminal conviction has resulted. No court has made finding advance against the Commissioner. No lawful process has produced an outcome adverse to the Commissioner's continued service as a member of the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary or subsequently as Commissioner of Police. Mr. Speaker, 3 matters bear noting. Number 1, First, both instances in which the courts considered and dismissed proceedings related to this matter, namely 27 February 2023 and 13 April 2024, were civil proceedings which bear substantially lower burden of proof than a criminal proceeding. Notwithstanding the lower burden before the plaintiffs, the court dismissed these matters, the first for want of prosecution, the second as an abuse of the process of the court. Number two, secondly, over a period of some 26 years, an extensive range of independent processes have been examined the substance of this allegation, including most recently in 2024. No evidence in support of the allegation has been identified by any institution of state over a period of 26 years. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the conclusions reached in 2000 have been independently confirmed on multiple subsequent occasions. The consistency of those conclusions reached by different decision makers under different procedural frameworks is a matter to which the House is entitled to give weight. Mr. Speaker, I come to the second question, whether the Commissioner has been cleared. The second question is in some respects the most demanding to answer because the word cleared carries different meaning in different contexts. In a strict criminal law sense, a person is probably described as having been cleared where there is a verdict of not guilty. A discontinuance of charges or a formal closure of investigation with a determination that no charges will be laid. As I have detailed in my response, the investigation of this matter some 26 years ago determined that the investigation be formally closed with a determination that no evidence existed to warrant criminal charge. In an administrative sense, the finding of not proven entered in connection with disciplinary investigations in 2000 has stood as the disciplinary disposition of the matter for more than 2 decades, reflecting that even when considered with less stringent evidentiary rules, no evidence to corroborate the allegation was identified. In a civil law sense, both sets of proceedings before the National Court have been disposed of in the Commissioner's favor, the most recent as an abuse of the process of the court. The honest answer accordingly is this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. At the time of the allegation, no evidence was identified to warrant criminal processes. At the time of independent review, no evidence was identified. At the time of administrative investigation, no evidence was identified. At the time of civil proceedings, no finding adverse to the Commissioner was made. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Commissioner is entitled to the full benefit of the presumption of innocence, and this government will at all times defend that principle. On every occasion the allegation has been examined by a lawful institution of the state, the conclusion reached has been consistent with the Commissioner's position. This institutional record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, speaks for itself. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Commissioner's subsequent career speaks equally clearly. Following those events, he continued to serve Papua New Guinea with distinction, was entrusted with positions of increasing responsibility, and ultimately appointed Commissioner of Police. Those entrusted with responsibility for assessing leadership, integrity, performance, and suitability for high office repeatedly found him worthy of that trust. Question 3. Restoring the good name of the police force. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take the question in the spirit in which I believe it was put. I must, however, respectfully observe 2 matters. First, The good name of the force does not rest on the conduct, character, or reputation of any single officer. It rests upon the daily service of the thousands of women and men who, in their often challenging circumstances and at risk to their lives, uphold the law throughout the length and breadth of our country. Secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is not within the gift of the minister or of any minister to clear the force in the manner the question implies. The institutional health and reputation of the force is built through proper investigation, fair process, accountable command, and through the lawful institutions that supervise it. It is not built upon parliamentary declarations or insinuations, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this minister will continue to, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what this or myself as minister will continue to do is to ensure that the institutional infrastructure within which the force operates is robust. The government remains committed to the continued professionalization of the force, has committed substantial budgetary resources to its modernization and to the welfare of its personnel, and continues to engage with the Constitutional and Law Reform Commission on the revision of the Police Act 1998. The good name of the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary is reflected in the daily service of its officers, the strength of its institutions, and in the quality of its leadership. Mr. Speaker, the record demonstrates that the institutions of the state have performed their functions. The Commissioner continues to service lawfully in his office. The force continues to serve the people of Papua New Guinea. The government has every confidence in the integrity of the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary and in the men and women who serve within it. Question number 4, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner in the 2027 general elections. To the first element of the question, the Commissioner was lawfully appointed by the head of state, acting on the advice of the National Executive Council in April 2024 for a term of 4 years. His tenure is governed by the Constitution, by the Police Act 1998, and by the contract of appointment, and the grounds upon which the appointment may be vacated are exhaustively prescribed by Section 9(5) of the Police Act. The government anticipates no disturbance to his tenure before it expires in the ordinary course, and he continues to enjoy the full confidence of the government in the discharge of his constitutional and statutory duties. To the second element, the integrity of the 2027 general elections, I give this Honourable House this absolute assurance. The Marape Rosso government's commitment to a free, fair, credible and peaceful 2027 general elections is unwavering. The Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary will discharge its electoral security responsibility with the professionalism for which the force has been recognized over many electoral cycles. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Commissioner is not approaching these responsibilities for the first time. He has already led the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary through periods of significant national importance, including the conduct of national elections and associated security operations. His experience, leadership and service record are well known to this House. He has already successfully led the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary through 2 national elections and the substantial security operations associated with those elections. There is no serving officer with greater experience in the planning, coordination and delivery of election security operations at the national level. The government therefore has every confidence that the Constabulary, under his leadership, will continue to discharge its constitutional responsibilities in support of a free, fair, and peaceful general election in 2027. The response of the Marape Rosso government. First, the government respects the institutional independence of the courts, the Office of the Public Prosecutor, the Ombudsman Commission, and the other bodies that have considered these matters. It will not, through a political process, seek to supplant the conclusions properly reached through lawful processes. Those institutions are permitted to perform their functions independently. Investigations have been conducted, reviews have been undertaken, prosecutorial assessments have been made, judicial proceedings have commenced and concluded. The government accepts and respects the outcomes of those lawful processes. Secondly, the government affirms its confidence in the constitutional and legal framework by which these matters have been considered. The rule of law requires that allegations be capable of investigation and scrutiny. It equally requires that the outcomes of lawful institutional processes be respected once those processes have run their course. In this matter, the institutional record is extensive, long-standing and clear. The allegations have been repeatedly examined by the institutions entrusted with responsibility for considering them. Mr. Speaker, the process has consistently concluded without any finding adverse to the Commissioner. The government will therefore continue to support the integrity of the institutions of the state, the proper administrations of justice, and the continued leadership of the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary in service of the people of Papua New Guinea. A word concerning the Commissioner of Police. The government has every confidence that the Commissioner will continue to discharge the operational responsibilities of his office with the diligence and professionalism which have characterized his service to date. The Commissioner has dedicated the greater part of his professional life to the service of Papua New Guinea. Throughout that service, he has been entrusted with responsibilities of increasing importance, including some of the most demanding operational and leadership roles within the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary. He has led the Constabulary through periods of significant national importance, including major security operations and 2 national elections. His experience, professionalism, leadership, and commitment to public service are well known throughout Papua New Guinea. The government's confidence in the Commissioner is founded not upon words, but upon a record of service, performance, and leadership established over many years. The Commissioner has earned that confidence through service, through experience, and through a record that has been tested repeatedly over many years. The Parliament, the rule of law, and the privilege of this House. Parliamentary privilege conferred by the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, Chapter 24, is among the most important protection afforded to this Honourable House. It exists to ensure that members may speak freely in the discharge of their duties and in the service of Papua New Guinea. That privilege carries with it a corresponding responsibility. It must not be used as a vehicle for the re-litigation on the floor of this House of matters already determined by the lawful institutions of the state. The institutions of the state exist for that purpose. Courts determine disputes. Investigators investigate. Prosecutors assess evidence. Disciplinary bodies exercise their statutory functions. Parliament, in turn, performs its own constitutional role. The strength of a democratic system lies in each institution respecting the role of the other. The government, Mr. Speaker, the government's position is that the integrity of those processes and institutions that undertake them should be respected. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, conclusion number 1, the allegations are historical over a period preceding 2 decades that have been subjected to investigative, disciplinary, prosecutorial, and judicial scrutiny by the institutions lawfully entrusted with responsibility for examining such matters. The resulting institutional record is extensive, long-standing, and clear. The allegations have been repeatedly examined through lawful processes, and no institution has produced a finding adverse to the Commissioner. Conclusion 2, the Commissioner of Police continues lawfully to hold office and is entitled to the full protection of the presumption of innocence. The government's position, founded on the institutional record and the constitutional framework, will continue to respect the integrity of the lawful institutions of the state. Conclusion 3, the government will continue to uphold the rule of law, respect the integrity of lawful institution processes, and support the continued service of those entrusted with protecting the people and constitutional order of Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of the Police. Before missing out, Honorable Minister of the Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave to answer some questions.
Honorable Minister, let me entertain him leave beyond, but me just make him one blah. Talk clear lo here lo sial sem. Behind him all. Answer come the Minister of the Police. Long this question he raised long Thursday last week. Or 28 May. And me making me like talk, me must talk on behalf of this house. Talk sorry. The commissioner some time there's a question and me come and me ask him. And me put him kind stress now look sabe. He come up long end as a person. Where me don't have stop inside Senab this house, lo defend him. Na yumi harem straight lo minister, emi ansare monsem. Desla whenever go true lo court penis. Tupla case and lo national court tupla time. Na court him strike him out. So suppose all member after lo diploma me have him clerk lo parliament. Only circulate him. Decision lo tupla national court by lo yubla all the member. Yubla can harem. Yubla can look him na redeem na save that. This matter has been put to rest by the National Court twice. So behind him, this me like talk sorry once again. He call Commissioner of Police long question me come up lo floor lo Parliament na Parliament ilarem go na put him big pla stress na this pla long as a person. Talk sorry call Parliament. Me must make him publicly so people can hear him this pla. Want him this Minister of Fisheries. Honorable Minister of Long, Attorney, when I'm point of order,
For far too long, some members of Parliament are using the parliamentary privilege to spoil the good people. And therefore, it is some bad time, Mr. Speaker. You're making a stand, then you have to refer those people to the Parliamentary Privileges Committee to deal with it. You can't go halfway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Point of order, in order. Honorable Minister of Police, Fisheries.
Thank you, Speaker. I seek leave from the Chair to answer some questions.
Leave me, grant him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to answer 3 questions that the Governor of Milne Bay had asked the Prime Minister and for me to take note. But since the Governor is not in the House today, but his members and other members are here, I will answer some of those questions. I would like to clarify my stance on this matter and address some important points and vehemently express my disappointment in his insinuation that I placed investors in Milne Bay. But that's his privilege, as he was saying, using parliamentary privileges to hurl accusations with no basis.
Honorable Minister, you make a point of order. Honorable Member, when I'm point of order, you.
Point of order, Governor Blumi no stop. Now, Governor asked that question for the benefit of the people of Milne Bay. Now, I'd rather Holim answering question blow Governor on behalf of the province in the next session, because he would get those answers that the good minister would provide today, and kiss him go back to province talk out low people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Point of order, stop standing order talk lo the but makes sense. Mi ba mi asking Minister of Law Fisheries suppose you one bell, lo dis la point of order also Governor of Law Milin Bay and Minister so you like answer him no time emi stop na em can harem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think on month two, I'll sit down long for time too. So this is the question I'm asking the Parliament. They have to go say me carry my man go down lo million bay and me put him all stop. Now talk lo side lo nation stop. So he instead of bail me, he knows sit down good. Me must talk out straight. Osem lo this la. That's why me like answering question. But lo judgment blue you osem you like lose him osem next Parliament me carry him come back now. Me give him question long him. Me answer him. Ember right too. Ember stop. I'm yet back and feel him the bone too and stop.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister, me one bell and by member Governor of Milin Bay must stop na emi by yan charim lo flow na em can harim na karim along all people blood. Thank you. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament at its rising adjourn until Tuesday, 14th July 2026 at 2 o'clock p.m.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, before I move a motion of adjournment, I wish to place on record this House sincere appreciation to the Government of Australia, the Government of New Zealand, and the United Nations for their enduring partnership and support to both Papua New Guinea and Bougainville through the peace process. Their assistance in the peace building, reconciliation, institution building, and democratic development has contributed significantly to the process we have made together. Importantly, they have always respected Papua New Guinea's sovereignty while supporting a process owned and led by our people. On behalf of the government and the people of Papua New Guinea and Bougainville, we thank them for standing with us in our pursuit of lasting peace. Mr. Speaker, I now move that Parliament adjourn until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, 14th July 2026.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All in favor say aye. Aye. Honourable members, Parliament is now adjourned to 14th July, Tuesday at 2 o'clock p.m.